Hello. Thank you, Trumpet, for the membership again. These suffers, make sure to go thank Trumpet. Oh boy. My goodness. 1 week, so much things can happen. I cannot believe this. I really cannot believe this. And what do I mean? Oh my goodness. I want to make... It's still going to be a focus topic tonight. One food after another. I'll talk about the other topics. Either on X. I'll talk a bit tomorrow. I'll talk a bit on Thursday as well. I think I should dedicate some time to talk about it on Thursday as well. Because, a bit of forewarning, the Chinese New Year day, though that week of the first few days of Chinese New Year, I will not be streaming for obvious reasons. Family, festivities, visitors, and all that jazz. So, I can't believe it happened on Chinese New Year. I cannot believe it. Oh well. Oh well, indeed. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I need to hold on. I'm going to do some things. I have been a little what's that word? Oh yeah, I haven't prepped everything correctly. Hold on. I started quite rushingly. Let me just make one more tweak on my post, and I'll be with you shortly, okay, lurkers? Okay. I need to copy the link to my stream again. Oh, I hate this. Or to tweak things a bit. Correct. Okay. Alright, everything's right. Everything's ready. Okay. Now I'm back. Oh. I'm not going to talk a lot right now. It's the pre-stream, which means me time. And when it comes to me time, I have to do my dailies. And we can stress about the nonsense later on. I've got to do my dailies. Hold on, I'm going to set up my game for a moment. The usual games. That Ketchel, shut up. I got a nice cup of coffee as well. Oh, it's already this game. Okay, let me just... Freebies for the day. Okay. Done. Let's... Ooh. That's nice. That is very nice. A little bit stingy for my taste, but... So lurkers, 13 of you lurkers, I have to show you this. I have to show you this, lurkers. I have to show you this. I have to show you this. I have to show you this. Okay? Lurkers, I have to show you this. Miss, focus. Listen to me, listen to me. I have to show you this. So there is a Chinese New Year event where you show off some random stuff, okay? We show off some custom scenes that you have done. Lurkers, just so you know, I have not gotten any votes. Oh, damn it. What happened to my animation? Damn it, my animation stopped working. No wonder. Oh, I need to show you this, okay? Okay, Lurkers, I have to show you this. Okay? This is one of the popular, basically, you just do a little bit. It's kind of like YouTube Shorts or Instagram Reels or TikTok. So you have a short little video you can make, or a short little post you can make. And this guy, he should be ranked number 1, by the way. He should be ranked 1. This Lubu, do not pursue him, but he should be ranked 1, and I'm going to show you why. I hope he should. Oh dear, the brain rot got to me. With the dramatic music as well. Oh dear. Reciprocal. Dramatic, epic Fortnite dancing with the epic music. Okay, why? You deserve the like for this memes, for the memes. Oh, this is so dramatic. Okay, that's another one. I'm gonna find the other one. There's extremely... Oh my god. What's the other one? Oh, hold on. Oh shit. Oh shit. She changed it and it's even creepier than before. She is so creepy. Red Lady Monsieur. Oh my gosh, she should be ranked number 2. So yeah. Some men look at that and say, wife. Isn't that the truth? True. Alright, I finally got some... I finally got some... Oh boy. Of course someone would. Of course. Oh, okay. He confirmed me at the last minute. There are no tanks. There are no tanks. It's all DPS. And me, I'm the only healer. This is not gonna end well. This is not gonna end well. Well, maybe it could. Don't run away, you idiot. Oh dear. I am doing okay, NK. Oh dear. Oh shit. Do I have to do everything myself? Seriously. Oh shit, okay. Kill the puppets, kill the puppets. Kill the puppets now? Can you kill the puppets? We need an opening to get out. Okay. There we go. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. So I cannot do DPS because we all need heal. Your need heals very badly, so I can't help you with the DPS. You all have to handle yourself. Okay. Hello, Red. Oh my god, NK, thank you for the evil lurker. Kinda. Oh dear, oh, someone died. Oh shit, back, kill a puppet, kill a puppet. You can... Kill a puppet, wait. Okay, oh, oh my god, okay. Holy crap, oh my god, that is horrible. Everyone except me die? I cannot do this. Okay. I have to keep killing you until I can kill someone else. Oh my god! Ricky! Get up! Get up! Oh shit! Get over here! I can't believe I have to carry the entire team by healing. Oh shit. Please don't waste my heal. Please don't waste my heal by dying. Please don't waste my heal by dying. Oh my god. goodness, this is rough. This is so rough. Oh my god. Oh, finally. Oh, finally. Well, you should be liking me. I was the one who carried the entire team. I literally was the one who carried the entire team. I was the lone survivor, and I carried the entire team. Oh, guild party! Lurker's guild party has started. If you play this game, log in right now. I should change the settings. The game... Something is not good. I do not like something. Some... Skill approach? What's this? I don't need skill approach, actually. That's what's causing the problem. There we go. Hello, Machan. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, have I submitted wait, what is it? Have I submitted my weekly supplies? Let me check. Where is... Oh, there he is. There he is. Oh jeez. Oh, I'm so confused. There we go. Have I? No, I've done it already. Okay. Oh, by the way, like, Mod-chan will be free, is quite free again for like a few weeks, so welcome her back. She'll be a little more free this week. For a few weeks, which is nice. Look, chat, 我知道啦 Red. 老師我知道。老師我係知道。六七我知。六七 is actually not. It's 67, not 六七。Oh, but oh my god. Oh my god. It's 67. It's 67. It's 67. How do I... Let me write this for you. I will show you. It's 67. It's 67. It is Guild Party 0. Join in right now to get contribution. I don't even get the meme. Not gonna lie, I really do not get this meme either. Oh yeah, I got loot. I forgot. Loot? Loot? I know, Ash. I know. I know. It's just a matter of the tone that you say 6 and 7. I know. You don't have to remind me. You don't have to remind me. Got one of these. Do I need that? Where am I? Wait, oh, I'm level 85. I've reached level cap again. That's very good. I have reached level cap again. see. We have got some goodies as well. Activities. Let me see, what else do I have to do? Develop. I was the only one who went into the guild party. I cannot believe this. I was the only one who went to the guild party. I need to get, let's see. Season shop. Level. I don't have the energy to do that. Is anyone here? Am I the only one here? Am I really the only one here? We're only barely making rent. Zero, you're the only one who pulled your weight, which is good. The rest, shame on you. Oh, I love this. There are two very cool poses that I like. This is like Wuxia Idol. I love this Wuxia Idol. It's so cool and so epic. Josh, you can play it on the iPhone or the Android too. This is so cool. Extras. What are the new extras? What are the new extras? Why do they keep saying there's something new? Oh, random. Okay. And Kung Fu Badmin looks at Kung Fu Badmin looks at you. If you stare at her, that's very nice. Look. Let's see. How long is the guild party going for? Let me have a look. Oh, the guild party is over. Oh shit. Damn it. The guild party is over. That sucks. Oh, okay. If that's the case, how much energy do I have? Oh, I have 55 energy. Not enough to do another boss run. Not enough to do another boss run. Again, reminder that I know there is a lot of news on the internet, from Discord to that individual who didn't dispatch himself, to Keir Starmer and all of that. We will talk about that on Thursday a little bit, a mix of everything. I'm not looking forward to that. It didn't have to be like this. I just wanted Thursday's Twitch day to be games and fun, not talking. But it will have to happen. It depends on how much I want to talk about, probably. Yes, and a firefighter related tweet. Oh boy, that triggered me hard. Here's the Phantom Brigade that new turn cringe.
分了有招，我也能说自己是见过世面的。
This is Song Dynasty, not Han Dynasty, which is a few centuries in the future. Let me see, I want to do... Maybe I should do that. Wait, my quest. The quest that I'm in progress beneath. Oh, I see a chest up there. Wait, can I join? Can I do typing mausoleum stuff? Let me have a look. Can I do typing stuff, mausoleum stuff? Path trial? No, I'm out of tries. That sucks. But the inner ways are purchasable again, which I... the not being able to create your own character is a deal breaker for me. Part 2. What else do I need? What else do I need? Oh yeah. Inner ways. Tips exchange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Don't need any of it. I got this. I don't need those. Evasive charge, shadow assault. Both traces are good enough. What are today's sex? Receive giveaways, get drunk, edit your scenario. Giveaways. Prison break. I don't know how to join that. Okay, this is a good one. Or maybe, hold on. Hold on. Damn it. I'm not gonna get... Okay, this is better. Let's go online. Got to go do some kung fu. Keep my health up. You know, canonically, as in real history, Zhao Yun is actually as strong or even stronger than Wu Bu. But for some reason, for the purpose of Dynasty Warriors, they made him so much weaker. Hello, pumpkin. 5 animal frolics. I don't do animal frolics. I want to do Blessed Land cultivation. Let's see. Nap Immortal. Nap Immortal. Do I really have to do Nap Immortal? In what? Fine. I'll do that. $60 rep. I should edit my scenario. Yeah, but I don't like here's the reason. I talked about it in an old stream, but the reason why Dynasty Warriors Origins did not appeal to me is because they pitched it. No? Numbers. 赵燕 is called 赵子龙. Okay? Everyone is doing this. This is actually a very hard exercise. Zhao Zilong is a real Eastern Han general. Love has. He is an actual. He is an actual general during the records of the Three Kingdoms. I know a few people who have their ancestry rooted from Zhao Zilong. I don't know where you got it, but he is pretty real according to the records. Okay, now Animal Frolics time. To grab also grab my dailies. I will do Enfield after I finish my talk at the end of the stream. Lopez, I don't know why you are so insistent on this specific argument. But if you want to believe that he's fake, go ahead. Just don't bring it up to other Chinese streamers other than me, because I try to be a little bit controlling myself over something like this. But just keep that in mind. Of course it's scuff. Of course he's always scuff. Of course! Stupid scuff. Always scuff. Always with the stupid scuff. Huh. Is the voice back yet? The stupid piece of shit voice? Is it back yet? Good. Always with the stupid voice. By the way, the game crashed. The game crashed. But it's just as well. It's just as well because it's the perfect time to start the stream. Okay? Now let me just set everything up. Let me just set everything up. Damn it. What's the thing I need? You close some tabs. Have I opened too many tabs? Is that why? Okay. We still have 5 minutes. So for the 5 minutes, I think I'm going to watch silly things. This is so funny. Okay, let's watch some gold ship. How is this? There we go. I don't need the sound effect. I don't know, but I prefer game gold ship a little bit more. I prefer game gold ship a little bit more. Let's see. Oh boy. Oh boy. Of course they are.
In danger, Skylar. I am the danger.
This Breaking Bad video is single-handedly worth 1.3 trillion in capex, a 14-time increase in DRAM price, and 3-time hike on electricity bills. Oh my god. The last couple of months, especially in the video game industry, it's just been remarkable how the conversations have totally changed. Like a couple of months ago on this channel, we were talking about the leaks associated with the PlayStation 6 and how Sony was hoping to start the next generation sooner rather than later. And there was even some indication that they're getting their factories ready to start launching the PlayStation 6 maybe come late 2026 or 2027. And obviously people have mixed feelings about that, especially because of how this generation has played out and how a lot of gaming developers, companies just really haven't they haven't pushed this current generation hardware, the PlayStation 5 Xbox Series, to its maximum potential. That's a different conversation, but still, it definitely felt like we were going to be getting the next PlayStation sooner rather than later. But something changed, and a lot of that is the AI race, and really a lot of these companies like OpenAI going into overdrive, Microsoft as well, and so many other competitors going into overdrive, buying up all of these chips, and it's happening at the expense of, well, the video game industry. And the impact is thrown on us, in which it just means that a lot of these consoles, a lot of this hardware is just becoming more and more unaffordable. And it's also pushing these plans much further into the future. Like, some of the indication is that we might not be getting this next generation for a couple more years, when it seemed like it may have just been months away.
This is another topic. This is another topic to be talking about on Thursday. I've got so many. There's a backlog of things to talk about on Thursday. There is a backlog of a lot of things to talk about on Thursday. This is quite serious. Okay. I'm going to get started. Okay? I'm going to get started. I'll close some tabs. I want to make sure that everything is properly. I don't know what caused that little scuff just now. I do not want it to happen again. Nope. I don't think consoles are relevant personally, but apparently fanboys think it is. Okay? So let's get started. I have so many topics to talk about, but like I said, and I have pre-planned ahead of time, there is one specific topic that I have wanted to cover in some depth. Okay? And this topic is about Steam. Quite a few news sites have talked about this. Quite a few sites have talked about this. And I read it. I read some of that stuff that is involved. And I am not happy with it. It sounds great. Oh, it sounds great. Oh, the sweet nothing. We are doing it for you, for the consumers. You matter, consumers. And what we'll be diving into is quite a rabbit hole. It's not really a very deep rabbit hole, but it's quite one. It's one that is a lot of hypocrisy, a lot of selective perception, a lot of look who's talking. Okay, let's get started. So this is the article from the BBC. Legal action over unfair Steam game store prices given go ahead. So, I'll read a little bit. Valve will face £656 million lawsuit in the UK. It's always the UK. It's always the UK. It's always the UK. Whenever something bad happens, it's the UK. Do you notice that? Do you notice that? Whenever something bad happens, it's always the UK. Always, 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 always. Your privacy is gone? Thank the UK. Your goods are more expensive? Thank the UK. And now, Steam has a big chance of not giving you heavy discounts like in the past? Thank the UK. But let's continue anyway. Over alleged unfair prices on its global online store Steam following a tribunal ruling that the case could continue. So, it's not a victory for these sleazy people. in my opinion, sleazy people, but it's not a victory for them yet. All it says is they will hear the case. Honestly, if it were up to me, I would have rejected it outright. And I'll tell you why I would have rejected it outright, but we will continue first, okay? We will continue first. Being accused of abuse. The gaming giant is being accused of abusing its market dominance by imposing restrictive terms on game publishers and locking players into using Steam. The world's largest... I want to say something, but I will... I will leave it for later, okay? The legal action was brought by a so-called digital rights campaigner Vicky Shortboat in 2024 on behalf of 14 million Steam users across the UK who could be in line for compensation if she wins. Reminder, this Vicky Shortboat is one of the key figures who pushed for the Online Safety Act. I want you to remember that. Okay? I want you to remember that precisely. It is all related. It is all related. Dark Casual, what the hell is that emote? Dark Casual, what is with that emote? I have no idea what that's about, but don't post that again. Don't derail my stream. It's odd, okay, George? It is extremely odd. We will explore it a little bit more. I have got something a little extra for you all to read, but let's continue with this news article. It's quite short. Valve, which has been contacted for comment, argued the case should not be certified to proceed towards a trial. I agree with Valve. The lawsuit filed blah 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 in London alleges Valve forces, quote unquote, forces game publishers to sign up to conditions which prevents them from selling their titles earlier or for less on rival platforms. We will dive into that as well, okay? We will dive into all of these accusations. It claims that Valve requires users to buy all additional content through Steam if they bought the initial game through the platform and is essentially locking. No duh! We're going to explore that as well. We have so many things to explore. Oh my goodness, this is shocking. This lawsuit, the more I read it again and again and again and again and again, and it shocks me how stupid it is. It really shocks me how stupid this lawsuit is. Really. I don't know how it's so bad, but it's this bad. Continue. She argues that enables Steam to charge excessive commissions up to 30%. Excessive commissions. We are going to explore that as well. Because we're going to explore that as well. We have a lot of things to explore. We have a lot of things to explore and we have a lot of things to dismantle. I think. Personally, I think. There is a lot to dismantle. Okay? Making UK consumers pay too much for purchasing PC games and add-ons content. Yes. 90% off. 85% off. 50% off, 60% off, 75% off. Excessive. Right. You can get Witcher 3 at one point for less than $5. Excessive. Indeed. Indeed. Australia is UK's biggest fanboy. First, continue. The case is no. You don't have to talk down to me, stupid BBC. Which means one person goes to court on behalf of a larger group of people. No, duh. In this case, we brought on behalf of 40 million people who bought through Steam or other platforms since 2018. Backed by Milbert London LLP, brings group actions against larger companies separate. Brought against Valve in the US. There was a different one, we'll talk about that later on. Okay, nothing else is relevant already. So this was the BBC article. Now, we're going to go and dig. The first part is I'm going to get some key points. I'm going to write some key points for you all to just keep track of, okay? Let me close this. I'm going to write some key points for you all to keep track of. So, firstly. 1. 14 million players. Okay? 2. We'll go back to the BBC part. Alright. Forcing gamers to use Steam. Okay? Forcing devs to not let me see what's that word called. Let me have a look. Okay, let me see. The last one. All right. We have a few key dot points here. Okay? And we will cover all of them step by step. And we will start first with the so-called 14 million players, okay? The so-called 14 million players. And to explore that part, I'm going to bring you to a little document called the Tribunal document. Okay? We're going to go to the official Tribunal document that this Vicky Showboat had submitted to the Tribunal, and it's the decision for the Tribunal to continue hearing the case. So this is the Competition Appeals Tribunal, and this was the incident in question. So these are the chair people. Vicky Showboat for the class action. Okay, continue, okay. And NKB, don't jump the gun. We're gonna get to that. Okay? Blah, 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 blah. All of the formalities. We're gonna get to that. Basically, this document is a summary of everything in here. Is a summary of everything in here. Sorry. This article is a summary of everything in here. Sorry. My correction. But I want to get to you a very important part of this document that is for some reason not covered in this BBC article. One interesting little tidbit of information that is not covered in this BBC article, but is in the official tribunal documents, the official legal documents, okay? Let's go down here to page 4. Page 4. Page 4 of this document. I will share with you all the link for yourself. I'll share with you all the link. Hold on. I'll find it. Oh, damn it. Too long. Too long for the chat. I cannot believe this. Well, just read it. Alright. Introduction. By Collective Proceedings Claim Form CPCF filed 5th June 2024, Vicky Shotbo Class Representative Limited applied to be appointed as the proposed class representative for a collective proceeding order on an opt-out basis. Lurkers, there is a very important. Read this. Opt-out basis. Before I go any further, do you lurkers have an idea what I'm talking about? You have an idea what I'm talking about? When I say opt-out basis, when the documents say opt-out basis. I will not explain yet, I just want to check if you all know what it is. Do you know? G-Mark Knife, you do not know? George, you do not know? Okay, how many more do not know? I just need to make sure that most of you do not know before I start to delve into this. Because it's important that you know this soon. Nope. Nope. Okay, enough of you do not know. Enough of you do not know. Mochan, I'll just let them. I'll just tell them anyway, okay? Oh, that's my notes. That is my notes. That is my notes. Alright. Damn it. Okay. 14 million players on an opt-out basis. What does it mean? It means this, okay? Legally, it means this. 14 million players are dragged into this lawsuit without them knowing, and they have by default. In other words, it is like, think about it this way, it's like all those stealth editions. It's like all those stealth editions where you heard about all those, you know, the AI scraping, about how, let's say you go onto a social media and then they say, allow AI to read my posts and my data to give me a better experience. By default, it is turned on and you have to turn it off. This is the same case. In other words, 14 million players are added without their knowledge or consent, and if they want to exit the lawsuit, they have to contact the lawyer and say, I want out. That's what it means by an opt-out basis. In other words, by default, 14 million gamers are dragged into this lawsuit without their knowledge, without their consent. They did not know about this. These lawyers, this Vicky, opened the lawsuit and claimed she represents them, but they did not even know she existed. They did not even know she was pushing this lawsuit. It all happened without their knowledge. Yes, 14 million UK gamers, that's right. In other words, what I am presuming is the fact is Vicky dragged the entirety of the UK PC gamer demographic into her lawsuit without any petitions, without any approvals, just claims she represents them blanket white. That is what they mean by opt-out. That is what they mean by opt-out. There seems to be an indication that a lot of the 40 million UK gamers have been contacting this lawyer to opt out of this lawsuit. Let me find a good illustration. Let me see. Of course. Do I have a good meme for this? I need to find this. Hold on, it's loading. Damn it. There is something very, very wrong with Facebook. Okay. It is the same as this. It is basically this. In essence, it is basically this. Okay? In essence, this is it. The gamers didn't ask for any of this. The UK gamers didn't ask for any of this. But this bunch of lawyers decide, oh, I'm going to represent you all. I'm such a big hero. Don't need to thank me. I'm just going to represent you all. And then the game was like, why? We're completely fine. We are completely fine with Steam right now. Why are you making the problem out of nothing? Alright. Let's move on to the next point. Forcing gamers to use Steam. Forcing gamers to use Steam. How? No, seriously, how? How is that happening? How is Steam being forced onto players? This is the biggest question that I have to ask, because this is not very properly argued. They have their choices. Players have their choices. They have Steam, they have Epic Game Store, they have GOG, they even have itch.io. But they go to Steam. 75 to 80% of the global PC player base uses Steam. And I'm pretty sure they're not using Steam because Steam pointed a gun at their head and they say, you only use our service. Is there? Or maybe it has something to do with people love Half-Life, people love Team Fortress 2, people love Left 4 Dead 2, people love the social media style features that come from Steam. Maybe it's that simple. Oh, no. The players are forced. The players are forced. Oh, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. Oh, you poor players. Being forced into Steam. Oh, you poor things. It completely has nothing to do with the whole principle that Gabe made a good service that he has built since 2008, 2009 until now. The pioneer of the modern PC game storefront. It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with a good service. What am I looking at? I lost my train of thought. Oh my goodness. I lost my train of thought. What was I looking? Oh yeah, now I remember what I was looking for. Okay. Let me find the next part. How does Epic Games come into this? Okay, that's the reason. That's part of the reason why you all came to have a look at this post, came to this video. That's probably part of the reason, I'm pretty sure. How does Epic come into this? Well, it's quite simple actually. It's actually really simple. Epic came into this simply because Team Sweeney has expressed a lot of happiness and support for this lawsuit. He expressed a lot of happiness and support for this lawsuit. And I'm going to show you his post. Okay? I'm going to show you his post. Oh, damn it. It's so messy. I will... So this was the post. So he was originally talking about this post here. So Dexerto reported what I just reported to you all. Okay? Dexerto reported what I just reported to you all. This is the response a user by the name of Ryan Flurry said. Games have never been cheaper, and if you could even claim that Valve has a monopoly on game distribution, they don't. They are in that position because they have done an excellent job providing good and often free services to players. Okay? If Valve's 30% transaction fee is outrageous, it's not, and we'll dive into that soon, lurkers. We will dive into that soon, very, very soon. Then others can simply provide alternatives and charge less. If players still don't want those alternatives, it's for a reason. The higher prices they see are worthwhile for the various services involved, so the alternatives need to compete on quality. This isn't an unlawful monopoly. This is a competitive service that's being provided and won over the consumers. And of course, Tim Sweeney he basically is not happy with this. And he came out in very loud support for the UK lawsuit. Okay? He retweeted the UK lawsuit and now he's running a lot of defense for it. So his excuse: Steam rules do explicitly prohibit games from steering players to competing purchase methods, forcing everyone to pay 30% to Valve. Apple and Google did the same until the court explicitly found this practice unlawful. Now they don't. This was done in California. That decision was only successful in California. Lurkers, Tim Sweeney is referencing a California lawsuit. It's the only lawsuit that was won. But let's continue. Big shock, right? California? Big shock. So. I want you to keep in mind Tim Sweeney's message right now. Okay, I want you to keep in mind Tim Sweeney's message, and I want you to keep in mind of this following points. I want you to keep in mind of these following points. Forcing gamers to use Steam, forcing devs to not sell for less on rival platforms, excessive 30% maximum commissions. I want you to remember all this very, very carefully, okay? And I want you to remember what Tim Sweeney said in here. Today in the USA, developers are free to steer users of iOS and Android apps to competing purchase methods. Apple and Google collect 0% on those transactions. On computers and smartphones, Valve is the only major store still holding on to other payments ties at 30% junk fee. I want you to closely remember what Tim Sweeney says. It is especially important that you remember what he's saying right now. Keep it to memory, okay? Keep it to memory. A store can charge a fee for selling a product. What the court found is that after you've bought the game, the store can't force all in-game commerce between you and the developer to go through them with 30% junk fees. It's like a car dealership demanding 30% of gas purchases. Tim, please don't insult my intelligence. Please don't insult my intelligence, Tim. Tim, don't insult my intelligence with such a shitty analogy. But we'll continue. We will continue. Currently, there's a misleading community note on this. Yes, you can buy Steam keys off Steam once you own the game. Steam forces developers to use Steam payments or in-game purchases and pay up to 30%. This is the practice called finds illegal for Apple and Google. Tim, I want you to keep in mind what you have said. I want you to keep in mind what you have said. Really, I want you to keep in mind what you have said. Okay? Now, this is going to be in spoiler territory. I don't want to show you yet. I'll show you later. I want to direct you all to a few things. This is a website that aggregates information. Okay, this is a website that aggregates information of various video game storefronts, their rates, their prices, etc. Okay? Let's have a look. Platform fees in the video game industry full list. This is about 2 years old, about 1 year old, but it's largely still accurate. So we know about Steam, the 30%, right? This is the 30% of the usual stuff. We heard of this in the lawsuit, okay? Epic Games love to show off their 12%, fair enough. Okay. Oh, what's this? What's this? Oh my god, what the hell? What the hell? Oh my god, what the hell is this? GOG! GOG! What is wrong with you? Oh my goodness! GOG! What have you done? Lucas, are you seeing this? Lucas, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this right now? Oh my god! Oh my god! Lucas, are you seeing this right now? Are you seeing this right now? What is this? GOG, I am ashamed. Not only you blocked me over the devotion incident, but how dare you charge 30% commission for the games you sell? How dare you? GOG charges 30% platform fee similar to Steam. Developers typically receive 50% of game sales revenue after accounting. GOG, how dare you? Oh my god. Let's go down. Microsoft Store charges 12% platform fee for PC game sales, significantly lower than the standard 30%. This reduction in fact aims to make Microsoft Store more competitive. Okay. The app stores, we heard about that as well. Now, here we go. Sony. Okay? Sony. 30%. Microsoft. 30%. Nintendo. 30%. Okay? By the way, why it's not being written here, but it has been listed elsewhere. Let me see if I have the source. Let me see. There's more, by the way. I cannot believe that IGN is reporting news, but IGN is reporting news, which I am grateful for. Steam's 30% cut is actually industry standard. Okay? Steam 30%, Epic Games Store 12%, Humble Bundle 25%. itch.io developers have the freedom. GOG 30%, Microsoft Store 30%, PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo 30%. 30% mobile store, physical stores, GameStop, Amazon, Best Buy, Walmart 30%. Okay? I want you all to understand this. By the way, Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo also have a price parity provision. No key resellers that sell Sony, Microsoft, PlayStation, Microsoft games, and I do not know the legality of Nintendo, allow the keys to be cheaper than what's offered on PSN, Xbox, and Nintendo, respectively. Similar to Steam. But what makes it a bit different is that Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo will probably sue you to death if you ever do that. With Valve, meh. They're probably, from my experience, are quite laissez-faire with it. They might or they might not. So, Lucas, I want you all to understand this closely, okay? Even physical stores, yes, 30%. Lucas, I want you to understand this closely. Okay? I want you to understand extremely, extremely closely. So, Team Sweeney made all these moralizing, soapboxing, okay? He made all this moralizing and soapboxing, okay? About, oh my goodness, the price parity is atrocious. It is a disaster. It is evil. That's what he says. 30% junk fees. It is horrible that Steam is doing that. And I want to show you an article. Okay, I want you to remember Team Sweeney as he says this. I want to show you an article. Team Sweeney was interviewed by Stephen Totilo. Tim Sweeney was interviewed by Stephen Totilo, who is now running GameFile, a different games outlet. And in his interview, Stephen Totilo asked him a very interesting question. Have you considered suing Sony, Xbox, or Nintendo? You did it with the Apple Store and you did it with the Android Store, but have you considered doing it with Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo? That's an interesting question. Lucas, would you like to guess what he said? Would you like to guess what he said? Would you like to guess what he said? Team Sweeney wants Epic Games Store on consoles but isn't going to sue over it. This is the important quote. I think the world will be a better place if consoles allowed for competing stores, but we haven't ever seen that as an antitrust dispute-worthy issue. That is what Team Sweeney said. So what does this mean? What does this mean by implication? Well, it's very simple. It is extremely simple. Team Sweeney is only soapboxing about the lawsuit against Steam. Okay? Here's what he said. Quad especially found this practice to be unlawful. Now they don't. 30% junk fee. Junk fee. Car dealership 30% on gas purchases. You own a game, Steam forces you to all of the in-game purchases. And what happens when PSN, Microsoft Store, and Nintendo do the exact same thing? We haven't ever seen that as an antitrust dispute-worthy issue. The exact same thing Steam is doing. 1-to-1. In fact, Steam is a bit more lenient. Steam is easier than PSN. Steam is easier than Microsoft. Steam is way easier than Nintendo. But for some reason, Team Sweeney believes Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo are not worth suing, but Steam is, for doing almost exactly the same thing. The almost is that Steam is a little more flexible, a little more forgiving. The big corporations of Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo, they will give you no leeway. I hope you understand. I hope you all understand the picture that's being painted right now. Hello, Mockingjay Neho. I hope you all understand the picture that is being painted right now. Do you all understand? Do you need me to repeat again? Do you need me to explain again? I'll give you all a few minutes to process everything so far. There is just a little bit more to talk about. Mockingjay, I never asked what is your main content, gaming or news. I usually see you reporting things besides a few games and VCAT. Mockingjay, you're asking me a question that I do not know a good answer for. I just do what I want to do. It's that simple. So whatever I am, I just am. Yuria, have you been keeping track of what I was talking about? By any chance? What the hell? 2 concurrent viewers? What? Did my stream crash or something? No, now it's back to 35. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? 2 concurrent viewers for a brief moment. TLDR. Long story short, okay? Long story short. Mo-chan. BubTube, yes. Oh, you're referring to the concurrent viewers. You're referring to concurrents. Yes. It really paints quite the interesting picture. So I'll do it one step by step, A to Z, okay? We'll do it step by step, A to Z. Team Sweeney supports a UK lawsuit against Steam right now because, according to him, is a good thing, is a moral thing, It is an ethical thing. It is a pro-consumer thing, according to him. Because Steam is the bad guy for charging 30% commissions for the sales of games. And Steam is also the bad guy for having price parity clauses. Okay, that's his excuse. But in this situation, Team Sweeney is especially upset over the 30%. He only brings up the 30% over and over and over and over again, okay? Team Sweeney brings up three things: 30%, price parity, and DLCs. If you bought a game on Steam, you can only buy your DLCs on Steam. Those are his three key points. But he places the biggest focus on the 30%. And I talked about this. Steam is 30%, GOG is 30%, Microsoft Store is 30%, PlayStation Store is 30%, Xbox Game Store is 30%, Nintendo eShop is 30%. Mobile stores, of course, is 30%. Physical stores, GameStop, Amazon, Best Buy, Walmart, 30%. Okay? That's part 2. Thirdly, Team Sweeney was interviewed some time ago, about a year ago, by Stephen Totillo from GameFile, an outlet. He asked about whether Team Sweeney would ever consider suing Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo. And his response was this: We haven't ever seen that. By that, as in the Sony store, the Microsoft store, and the Nintendo store, as an antitrust dispute-worthy issue. But he's suing Steam for exactly the same thing that Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo are doing. So the question is why? Why is he doing that? Why is Team Sweeney so supportive of Valve being sued, even though the other big corporations are doing the exact same thing? GOG is doing the same thing as well. Why Steam? Why Steam? That's a really interesting question. And that is a question that Team Sweeney always refuses to answer. He will keep dodging the answer and then say, oh, this is about ethics. He keeps dodging the answer saying, oh, this is about consumer rights. He keeps dodging the question and say, oh, 30% is too much. What about the 30% from Sony? What about from Microsoft? What about from Nintendo? What about from GOG? So there's only one reason. Team Sweeney only supports the lawsuit against Steam. Steam is direct competition. Team Sweeney is fighting Gabe Newell. Epic Game Store is trying to fight Steam. So, this is what Team Sweeney wants. This is what Team Sweeney wants. By the true logical deduction, because look, we already have, in this whole lecture I have made, well, it's more a stream, but this whole lecture I've made, we have listed out, I think I should put it on the PowerPoint. It is important that I put it on the PowerPoint actually. Okay? Wrong post. I should put this on the PowerPoint. So, firstly, Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, Steam, GOG, physical stores all do the same thing. 30% commission or transaction fee, whatever you want to call it. Okay? All of these stores do that. Team Sweeney supports the lawsuit against Valve over the 30%, claims it is junk fee and that it is unethical. When asked if he will support or sue directly sue Sony, Microsoft, or Nintendo, he says, no, we have found no antitrust issue with them. Despite in one, they are all using the same industry standard policies. Oh, not this again. Not this again. So why did Team Sweeney play two-tier principles on us? So we will cut off every single factor. What makes Steam so unique compared to Microsoft, Nintendo, Sony's GOG? What makes Steam so unique? Certainly not the 30%. Certainly not the price parity. Certainly not the DLC thing. So what? What is the last factor that give us an indication why Team Sweeney supports suing Valve? Logically, it can only be one reason. This is true deduction. Okay? We are doing a step-by-step analysis together, and through the process of logical deduction, this is the only reason. Sorry. Okay, start over. We are all doing a step-by-step analysis together. That is clear. And what we got through getting rid of all of the common factors, leaving out the most likely reason for Team Sweeney to behave so differently for Steam while playing complete silence for the other storefronts that do the exact same thing as Steam. And we have come to the opinion that Team Sweeney is jealous. Epic Game Store is a direct competitor of Steam. They are not directly competing with GOG because GOG does not have as much power as much large user base as Steam does. Even though GOG has a 30% share exactly like Steam. And this lawsuit to Team Sweeney, this lawsuit is his way of evening the odds. It's not for ethics. I don't think it's for ethics. I don't think it's for principles. It's simply just to sabotage Steam for being so much better than Epic Game Store. It is that simple. And we will dive a little bit deeper anyway. This is just the top level analysis. We're going to dive a little deeper onto the nitty-gritty of the lawsuit, the points that are being brought up, and how those points are bullshit, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. But that is a discussion after a few minutes. I'm going to take a short break. I will be taking a short break. I'll be taking a short break, and I'll be back to you shortly. By the way, there's one more dirty little secret. It's not really a secret, it's not a secret, it's a fact. There's a dirty little fact about Team Sweeney that I know a lot of you probably already know, but for those who do not know, I will let you all know again. But that's for later. We want to take a short break, okay? Because I'll see you in a few minutes. Zero's not here to do the spam. But I am seeing Nate Civil, I'm seeing Dark Castro, I'm seeing Controller, I'm seeing Twisted Jack. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, something's gonna happen to you at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. $5 a month. Indeed, indeed. Every time I see a Doro, I can't help but laugh. They're such cute, weird, odd creatures. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. What we're gonna do next is a dive, okay? It's a dive. And for this, I am going to, a little bit of a self-plug, a shameless plug, if you will. I'm going to do a shameless plug. I'm shilling, because I am going to be shilling. And who will I be shilling for? Well, yes, sold out. I sold out, lurkers. I sold out. Oops, sorry, I almost fell. I sold out, lurkers. I am a shameful sold out. And who did I sell out to? I sold out to myself. I sold out to myself. I am shilling for myself, okay? We're going to... I had some opinions over Team Sweeney's post of this one. Currently, there is a misleading note on this. Yes, you can buy Steam keys off Steam. Once you own a game, Steam forces developers to use Steam payments for all in-game purchases and pay 30%. That is the practice codes found illegal for Apple and Google. Firstly, just like how Epic Game Store forces you to install DLCs from the Epic Game Store, if you buy a game from Epic Game Store, exactly like that, Team Sweeney? Isn't it exactly like that, Team Sweeney? Tell me, Tim. Tell me. Tell me, Tim. Tell me. Exactly like Epic Game Store? You buy a game on Epic Game Store, you want to install a DLC, you still need to buy it from Epic Game Store and install it on the Epic Game Store, just like you, Team Sweeney? Tim? I know you'll never see this. I know even if you did see this, you'll pretend you didn't see it. Just like Epic Game Store forcing players to buy DLC on the Epic Game Store. Can I, for instance, buy a game on Epic Game Store, buy the DLC for cheap on the Steam Store? Can I transfer that key to the Epic Game Store? Can I? Can I? Tim, can I do that? Can I do that? Genuine question, can I do that? Can I do that? Really, can I do that? Can I? Can I? You give me a game, let's say, for argument's sake. You gave a game for free. A game that let's say a game for free. I claim the game on the Epic Game Store and I install it. But there's a DLC I want. but the DLC on your storefront is full priced. Okay? I go to Steam, it's 60% off. Can I buy that DLC off of Steam, get the CD key from the Steam purchase, and then can I claim that CD key on your Epic Game Store where I have the original game installed? Can I do that? Can I? Tim, can I? Am I allowed to do that? Lurkers, if you use Epic Game Store, tell me, am I allowed to do that? Am I? Welcome, Galileo. Good morning. I guess the answer is no. I guess the answer is no. I guess the answer is no. So my response to Tim, again, is a shameless self-plug. So I will read what I wrote. So let me get this straight. After seeing all your arguments, like I say, we've seen all his arguments, I see 3 problems, oddities of what you say. 1, we've talked about this, so I'll just talk quickly. You are trying to play the principal card because you are directly competing with Steam. When Sony via PSN, Xbox, Nintendo do it for an even longer time than Steam did, however, you are completely silent about it. What a coincidence. It's not even that he's silent about it, by the way. The punchline is not he's not even silent about it. He admits he won't sue them. He admits he won't. It's not that he's silent about it, he even says he won't. Steam he will support a lawsuit against Steam, but he won't do it for Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo. And this is another interesting one. This is a little bit, because it's an expose, I can't really go into too much detail, but the general premise is this. A thought experiment. Let's say, consider this, let's say a bit of a thought experiment. You are an official seller or a reseller. You got the approval of the supplier and everything, let's say. Or you are the supplier and the seller, let's just say. You are selling a product at a promo deep discount. Special promo rate. Someone clears up your stock on the deeply discounted price. And when the promo event ends, this person sets up a shop somewhere else selling your product at a slightly above the promo price, but still less than the official full price. This drives foot traffic and the official seller. This drives foot traffic towards this individual, this reseller. And the official seller misses out on almost all the sales because the people choose to buy from the undercutter. So I asked him a simple question. He never answered. And I know Tim saw my post. I know he saw my post. 148,000 views. I know he saw my post. What will you do, Tim, if you were the official seller? let's just say that story I told you, that story I talked to you about. Remember, you give out the base game on the Epic Game Store for free. No DLCs. So I buy the DLC for cheap on Steam. Can I claim that DLC on your Epic Game Store account? And I'm sure you're going to say no. And the official statement probably is no. So I will continue. This is another important point. I want you all to understand this important point. We will dive into it a little bit more. Have you considered the free rider problem at play too? Steam doesn't just sell a game. They provide infrastructure and service post-purchase. Steam community, refund provisions, workshop, backend for devs to upload their patches and DLC updates. And of course, marketplace, trading cards, groups. The list goes on. Would you allow resellers to undercut you while still paying for the overhead of maintaining the post-purchase service? You get none or a fraction of the gains, but you still pay practically 100% of the post-purchase service costs. I ask some very straightforward questions to Steam Sweeney. I hope they were straightforward questions. And what I say about Steam is 100% true. The 30% sale price, Team Sweeney calls it junk. He calls it junk. But he does not know what Steam is capable of doing as a platform. What features it has that make it stand out from the crowd. Mod support. Forums. Even just one thing, the forums. Having a forum system in your game store is already a big achievement. A big plus to your service. And Steam does not just have a forum service. It has a guide service, which is like, think of it like Game Facts from the old days. Game Facts from the old days. It has a guide service. It has a forum service. It has a modding service where modders can post their mods onto Steam for a specific game that you have, and to install that mod into your game, most of the time all you have to do is to press the subscribe button. You press the subscribe button, the mod downloads for a few seconds or a few minutes, and by the time you finish downloading, Steam will install it for you straight away. And when you launch the game, the mod is there ready for you to play. GameFAQs is still around, yes, but from the old days, most gamers go to GameFAQs, and now most gamers use the Steam Guide. That's what I mean. And then what else do they have? Oh yes! Trading cards. Trading cards. You can use trading cards to spruce up your account, or you can just, or if you don't like trading cards, you do not participate in the trading card system, sell it for a few cents and you get some pocket change. You get a little bit of pocket change. Oh yes, NK, live chat. He also has live chat. Like MSN Messenger. The live chat like MSN Messenger. And MSN Messenger used to be just that piece of software for one very specific function, and look what happens now. You can create a Steam group, you can participate and chat with tens of other members in a single chat room. Steam has that service. Then what else do we have? Oh yes! A way for devs to seamlessly install updates as and when they are ready to release it. Steam gives you a lot of features. And let's be real here, let's be a little bit real here. That amount of features if you were anywhere else, if you were any other corporation other than Steam that implemented a storefront that had the features that Steam has, they would probably force you to pay 35% or 40% of the commissions. But Steam followed the industry standard. They followed the industry standard despite every other storefront having less features. GOG has its selling point, DRM-free games. Buy the game on GOG, you keep the exe file for good. That is its own unique selling point. Does PSN have that type of elaborate service system to justify the 30%? No. Microsoft? Not really. Nintendo? Just a storefront for most parts. Yeah, they charge 30%, the industry standard. Steam also charges 30% the industry standard, but in return they gave you all of this even though they did not have to. They did not have to. And what does Epic Game Store give you? Other than a bunch of free games, what does it do? Objectively, as a piece of software, what does it do? Lets you run the game. Lets you maybe give a review system. Oh, by the way, Steam has such an in-depth review system as well. Yeah, I forgot about that. And by the way, Epic Game Store review system, last I read, I don't know if it has changed, but I read it. Consumers do not get the right to review the games they bought. And the only way they are allowed to review the games they bought is if the developers of the game opts in for the review system. By default, it's opted out. Which means, if a game is crap, if a game is shit, devs do not have to turn on reviews. Devs do not have to turn on reviews. So if you bought a game that is so crap and you wasted your money, you can't tell other customers about it. You can't tell other gamers about it. Because the devs probably did not want to turn on the reviews. And there's nothing you can do about it. So what? You go to X? You go to Reddit, you go to Facebook, talking about a shit game, but it doesn't really matter because people are still going to buy that game. And let's not forget, Tim, we're going to no, wait, I'm going to leave that for later. I'm going to leave that for later. Okay? I'm going to provide a little bit of fairness, okay? So this individual Brazzles has been last week arguing with me about this whole Steam thing, okay? Argue with him a lot for an extended period of time. So, oh yeah, I forgot one of the things. The official Steam guideline is that the price parity provision only applies to games that have been claimed with a Steam key. In other words, if you bought a game from a reseller who sold Steam keys, that reseller is only obligated to match the price of the game that is sold on Steam with that Steam key. So, what Steam is trying to avoid is this situation. The undercut. Why should they subject themselves to it, actually? In my opinion, I may be a consumer, but I am thinking about this in a common sense perspective, I hope. Why should Steam tolerate that? Why should Steam tolerate a key reseller selling a Steam key for a Steam game at a cheaper price than Steam? When that buyer buys that key from a reseller and claims that key on Steam, Steam has to give the entirety of its services to this buyer who bought from the reseller. The forums, the mod support, the refund system, everything. See you later, Mod-chan. The mod support, the forums, yeah. The group system, the review system, every single thing. Undercutting and free riding. Why should Steam tolerate that? I would not tolerate that. If I was running a business, I would not tolerate that. And evidently, Team Sweeney does not tolerate that. You can't buy a DLC from Steam and then claim that DLC on the Epic Game Store with the Epic Game Store version of the game. You cannot do that. Alright, we'll get back to this part. Okay, we'll get back to this part. So this Brazzles is trying to tell me that it does not apply to Steam keys only. And he brought to attention this specific document. This is an excerpt from a lawsuit. This is an excerpt from a lawsuit that is still ongoing. The devs of a game. I'm trying to remember the name of the devs. Wolf something. I can't remember the devs that is trying to sue Steam. Wolf something. I can't remember. But long story short is, okay? The long story short is, let's just read a little bit. Valve emails regarding price parity. We'll never show up and ask you to undercut your customers on stores, and we expect you to treat our customers with that same respect. This is a platform goal that goes beyond Steam keys. So apparently this is, according to that person I just showed you, means that, it's not about... we will also enforce this on Steam keys. No, this first line does not make sense to me. That argument does not make sense to me in this first line. This first line seems to me is that the Valve representative was talking holistically about undercutting in general. And in a way you can disagree, but I think it is a fair statement to make, in my opinion. Yes. If I respect my customers, I will make sure that they will not be put into a position where they will be undercut. And it is a fair thing to say that the platform goal of avoiding undercutting goes beyond Steam keys. This is a holistic statement. I don't think it was specifically saying, oh, we are going to force you to do price parity even if the game is not on Steam. I don't think that was what... Even though you bought the game not on Steam, I don't think that was what it meant. The next part. And this is the question. This is from the complainant, the plaintiff, which is the devs. And use the threat of not promoting them or stop selling it altogether to get them to either raise the price elsewhere or lower the Steam price, right? This is the plaintiff's lawyer, if I recall correctly. So it's not Steam saying it. It is the plaintiff's lawyer who is directing this question. And this Steam's response, the representation which is under A, as in answer. This is Steam's response. Our practice is to have a conversation with the developer to understand why the price is lower elsewhere and see if we can figure out a way to get Steam's price to a similar price that is on other platforms. Look, guys, tell me what is wrong with that statement. I'm asking legitimately. The second paragraph, what exactly that was said by Valve that is so unethical? Okay, welcome back, Mochan. Answer. So, Lucas, help me with this. What exactly Valve said here that was so unethical? Because I'm confused. If a Steam game is sold, if a game is sold on a different platform that is cheaper than when we are selling it, we would like to know why it's so cheaper there, and hopefully we can get Steam to match that price. What is wrong with that statement? What is so unethical about that statement? While you all think about that question, we'll get to apparently the meat and potatoes of this script. The meat and potatoes of this lawsuit, apparently. We want to get into the meat and potatoes of this lawsuit. $442. Okay? One of the emails. After making this statement of the price parity requirement clearly not limited to Steam keys, Tom Giordano sent a screenshot of 3 commitments in a Steam key request form. We wouldn't be okay with selling games on Steam if they're available at better prices on other stores, even if they didn't use Steam keys. If you wanted to sell a non-Steam version of your game for $10 at retail and $20 on Steam, we'd ask to get the same lower price or just stop selling the game on Steam if we couldn't treat our customers fairly. That is apparently the smoking gun. Lurkers, you agree that this is unethical? Apparently this is the smoking gun. I want to be a bit fair here, I'm not letting my opinion yet. But apparently this is the smoking gun. What do you all think about this? What Steam said, allegedly said in here. What do you think about Steam's alleged statement in here? I'll give a few minutes to let you all think about it. Lurkers, please behave, grow up. We are having a serious lecture here. Please don't distract yourselves. Please don't distract yourselves, please. Please don't distract yourselves. Please don't get distracted. Please don't get distracted. Don't embarrass me in my own stream. Dark Casual, please. Rena, please. Oh my god. Lurkers, please grow up. We are having a serious discussion right here. We're having an extremely serious discussion right here. The third line 442, what do you think about that statement? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know, firstly. I will read it again. I will read it again. I will read it again. We wouldn't be okay with selling games on Steam if they are available at better prices on other stores, even if they didn't use Steam keys. If you wanted to sell a non-Steam version of your game for $10 at retail and $20 on Steam, we'd ask to get that same lower price or just stop selling the game on Steam if we couldn't treat our customers fairly. Do you all think there is a problem with what Steam said, with what Valve said in that situation? In my opinion, I think that is a consumer-friendly opinion from Steam. It is true. It is true. Our customers fairly. A lot of people only use Steam. That is not a point of contention. 75% to 80% of the global PC gamer player base use Steam. A lot of people use Steam. Hello Sito-chan, welcome, good evening. And when you only use Steam, a price of a specific game listed on Steam is so much more expensive than the price listed of a game somewhere else. As a consumer, I would be quite annoyed. This is from a consumer perspective, by the way. This is a consumer perspective. Yes, price competition is a thing. Competition based on price is a thing. But it is only one aspect of a greater consumer rights ordeal. It's just one factor. A free market is not just about the price. It should not be just about the price. Because reality is complicated, and free market is as complicated as reality. In a free market where all you talk about is price, that is textbook. That is literally elementary economics textbook. It is never that simple. Because at the end of the day, it's just an oppressive race of one supplier reducing the price to hurt the consumers. Each person undercutting the other. At the end of the day, is that really for the benefit of the consumer? Let's just put it into the PC gaming perspective, okay? Let's just say in a PC gaming perspective, in a hypothetical scenario, you have Steam, you have Epic Game Store, you have GOG, you have itch.io. Let's just say you have 4 stores. There's way more stores actually. Let's just say there are 10 stores. Let's say there are 10 stores, okay? Let's just say there are 10 stores, and each of them have their own launcher and their own storefront. Okay? All of these storefronts have the exact same features, which is basically you can buy the game, you can click install, and you launch the game. It's that simple, okay? Just that simple. So, what is the defining factor of whether a gamer chooses to go to one storefront over the other? Price. Price. So one storefront reduces 5% of the price. Gamers go there. Another storefront reduces 6% of the price. Another 6% of the official. Let's just say the price is equal. Just say the base price is equal. It's like recommended retail price. So let's say $60. Okay. One storefront charges 5% less. Everyone goes there. One store charges 6% less. Another store goes there. For different games, one store charges the lowest price, so all the players install one game for this one storefront. Then another storefront for a different game charges the lowest price, so all the gamers go to the other storefront and install that game on that storefront. And then every single storefront rotates around. Rotates around. To the point that you end up having to install all 10 stores. You have to install all 10 stores just to play all the games you want to play. Tell me, at the end of the day, do you enjoy doing that? At the end of the day, do you enjoy doing that? As a consumer, to have 10 different launchers that you have to launch for each different game you feel like playing for the day. And each launcher is about 500 megabytes to 1 gigabyte in size, sometimes even bigger, depending on how unoptimized the storefront is. Do you want that? Do you want that? Yes, George. I'm sorry, Zeva, that's not going to happen. Because in this alternate scenario, every single game needs a specific store launcher. And because the only defining factor between the 10 storefronts is the price they charge their game at, and you choosing the lowest price, you'll end up having to install all of those 10 storefronts. Is that consumer friendly? Is that consumer friendly? Think on that. Think on that. And this is the impression I got from when Valve said this. Treat our customers fairly. That is the reality that Team Sweeney wants. That is the reality that this UK lawyer and UK lawsuit wants. Make no mistake, that is what they want. They want you to trudge through however many storefronts you want to trudge through to get that one game at the cheapest 1% lower price. And Steam disrupts that. Because Steam goes above and beyond the standard price competition of a stylized free market. And make no mistake, it is a stylized free market. It is an oversimplified free market that does not actually exist in the real world. Because in the real world, different store owners, different sellers will create distinguishing features that make their store more appealing compared to the other. And Steam made their mark not just for games that are cheap, but also proper support and services for the game you bought on their platform. And because Gabe created over the decade a platform that is so robust now, it won over a lot of consumers who would rather have everything on one storefront than to have to buy a different game for every different store from every different storefront. for instance, I only use 2 different storefronts. One is for very old Ubisoft games, very old Ubisoft games from like 2017. And another one is just Steam. And if a game is on Epic Game Store but not on Steam, I will download their standalone launcher. That is it. So, I do not think this lawsuit makes Steam look as bad as people think it does. By the way, this lawsuit isn't even concluded yet. It's still ongoing. It's still ongoing. Okay, that's the side content out of the way. So this is the strongest argument that the people who say Steam are in the wrong can push. It is a different lawsuit that's happening in the US. This is a lawsuit that is happening in US. But you know what's the funny thing? Do you know what's the funny thing? The UK lawsuit does not reference this. It does not. He only talks about the price parity for Steam games, only Steam games. And he talks about the 30%. So, it is a stupid lawsuit in my opinion, the UK one. That is this one, there is something to argue. Not a lot, but there is something. But the UK one is completely stupid in my opinion. Are you Lucas keeping track of what I'm talking about? By any chance? Are you Lucas keeping track of what I'm talking about? Let me know if you are still around. Excellent. I hope you understood that. Yes, Steam is too good, it is not fair. Okay. Oh boy, I'm getting tired already as well. Let's go back to Team Sweeney. Because I have more things to talk about. He is, let's just say Tim loves running his mouth. Tim Sweeney loves running his mouth. Tim Sweeney loves to pretend he is ethical. Tim Sweeney loves to pretend he's principled. Oh boy, we're going to go into very old news. It is not a secret. It is not a conspiracy theory. It is completely true. It is completely factual. And Tim Sweeney himself admits it. Okay? We're going to go into it. He accuses Valve of being a monopoly. He accuses Steam of being a monopoly. He accuses Steam of being unethical and pushing monopolistic practices. There is a saying. Don't try to pretend to be the good guy if you're not ready for other people to scrutinize how good you actually are. Okay? Don't do that. And we're going to find out what Team Sweeney has done. I will, how long have I been talking since the previous break? I probably need like a few minutes break. I'll be back with you shortly. I'm going to catch my breath. Oh my goodness. I will catch my breath. I'm going to rest a bit and I'll be back with you in about 3 minutes. Okay, Lucas? Please behave while I'm away and I will see you all shortly. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, something's going to happen to you at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. Nothing ever happens. Core voice, shut up. Are you ready? Because I am not at all. Holy moly, this is a very poorly formatted article. The Gamer. Why is this such a poorly formatted article? What the hell is wrong with you? You know what? I'll use Wayback Machine. Obviously, the formatting is broken for this article. Let me have a look at this, whether it fixed it. There we go. Alright. I'm still a bit tired, but we are going to get through this. So this was an article from The Gamer back a few years ago, around March 2019. Okay? This is a good starting point for our talk. About Team Sweeney's selective principles. Let's just say that. Let's just say Team Sweeney's very selective principles. So this headline reads, Epic boss says developers will decide who wins the game store wars, not consumers. With the benefit of hindsight, his statement aged like milk. But let's continue. Team Sweeney, founder of Epic Games, has declared that Epic Games will win the battle for the best digital storefront based on its relationship with developers, not with customers. I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is so funny. This is so funny. Continue. According to Sweeney, consumers already have the best experience they're going to have using those kinds of platforms, so having a better selection of games will be more important for drawing new customers. So he admits Steam, he cannot beat Steam. That's what he's essentially saying. He cannot beat Steam in terms of pure service for the customer. And he cannot beat GOG for the DRM-free exe files in their games. That is his Freudian slip. Sweeney's logic is that since digital storefronts have been trying to appeal to consumers through the user experience for so long, there's very little left to improve in that area. Here's a thought. Team Sweeney. Here's a thought. How about you match them? Your pathetic little storefront does not even have the most basic features. At that time, especially 2019, it did not even have the most basic of features. It did not even have a review system at that point in time. That was how serious it was back in 2019. And when they did implement a review system, it was opt-in. Adding a few convenient features or making installation easier is no longer enough to displace customers from their current favorites. So you just completely skip it all because you say it's not good enough. That's not how you do business, Team Sweeney. Especially names as well entrenched in gaming as Valve and Steam. As PC Games Insider points out, this is an odd thing for a fan of Epic Games to say, not because it's false. It is false. It is so false. You have no idea. With the benefit of hindsight in 2026, you have no idea how false it is. Lucas, you have no idea how false it is. We understood that it was all false. It was all a sham. Till this very day, Epic Game Store is 10, 20, 30 steps behind Steam in every single imaginable way. Let's continue. But because the digital storefront is not known for having the most user-friendly features. To show you how bad Epic Game Store was back in 2019. Oh my goodness. In fact, the Epic Game Store didn't even have a search function until this week, and it does not have any social features. Because if you have used Epic Game Store, any new social features other than the review system? That's a funny story. That is a very funny story. Okay, that's a very funny story I'm going to talk about later. It's a very funny story. I'm going to talk... I'll talk about it now. Because it's funny that he brought up social features. Okay? It's very funny he brought up social features. I'm going to find it. Where is my Team Sweeney post? Where is my Team Sweeney post? Okay, let me find it. It is hilarious. If I can find it, it is an extremely hilarious story. You will laugh, I think, okay? I'm trying to look for it. It is a bit hard to find because I've posted so much about Epic Games. Where is it? Where is it? Lucas, I'm going to tell you a story, okay? It's a bit jumping the gun, but since we're talking about social features, I feel like I would jump a little bit just for this context, okay? So, back in 2019-2020, Borderlands 3, as you probably know, was released exclusively on the Epic Game Store when it came out. You remember that, don't you? I hope you remember that. Do you remember that? Because it's important that you know. You remember that. Yeah. At that time, Greasy Pitchford, said that the Epic Game Store was the future and Steam is on the decline, okay? When Borderlands 3 came out exclusively on the Epic Game Store, as you probably already read, the Epic Game Store has no social features. It has no forums, it has no discussion, it has no chat. And you know what happened? You know what happened? You know what happened? Because the players needed a social feature. Because the players needed a social feature, they went into the Borderlands 2 Steam discussions for Borderlands 2 and tried to force themselves in with Borderlands 3 talk. So this is an old post. So I searched for Borderlands 3 forum to discuss on certain things, but there is none. Guess that is why this one is flooded with topics. Why not create one that gets all the issues and discussion about in one place? I mean, it's coming here, so what's the big deal? They can make a subforum for Borderlands 2 forum for it. It would be pretty nice. You want your cake and eat it too. Epic Game Store fanboys, you want your cake and eat it too. No, that's not how it's going to work. You don't release your game on Steam, you do not get your services. It is that simple. So yeah, the audacity of it, and suffice to say, the Borderlands 2 player base on Steam were not having it. Every topic talking about Borderlands 3 gets one post that talks about the Borderlands 3 forum topic on the Borderlands 2 forums. You have 10 other Steam players saying, "Shut up, suck it up. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too. You bought your precious Borderlands 3 on the Epic Game Store. Stay there. You wanna do your forum discussions? Go to GameFAQs." Yeah, it was quite a funny story. Suffice to say, the Borderlands 3 players were all mostly kicked out of the Borderlands 2 forums. No Steam players were going to entertain them. They can call the Steam players toxic all they want, no Steam players were going to entertain them. You want to have a Borderlands 3 forum, you wait for the game to come out on Steam. That was a funny story. That was an extremely funny story. I hope you found it as funny as I found it funny. The irony. Even those who defended the Epic Game Store the hardest acknowledge that the Epic Game Store is nothing compared to Steam. Yeah, that was the... So this was a funny little part. With the benefit of hindsight again. With the benefit of hindsight, okay, let's continue reading this article. However, placing developers first has led to some major successes for Epic Games, especially for grabbing exclusives. This is where I question Team Sweeney's principles. The exclusivity war. Shoving console war level exclusivity back in 2019 down our throats as PC gamers. Besides the obvious Fortnite and Unreal Tournament, obviously, they have the right to do that. It's in-house games, they have every right. Epic Games is also the home of Monster Hunter like Dauntless, shut down the Division 2 first AAA game to favor Epic Games over Steam, and now the Division 2 has released for years on Steam, and it had a massive player bump on Steam when it came out. And Genesis Alpha 1, which was actually slated for Steam release until a few days ago. Bad idea. Sweeney also stated that Epic Games wants to attract developers by making the type of digital storefront they would have wanted to work with when the company was only involved with game development. No, this is not part of the reason its generosity towards game development. Epic Games bribes developers. Epic Games bribes developers. Let's not mince words. They bribe developers to release on their platform for 1 year. It's that simple. It's a bribe. The new digital storefront takes far less revenue from sales than its competitors, only 12%. Does it really matter? In hindsight, many developers have already stated their intentions of releasing the game on Epic Game Store rather than Steam. Saber Interactive, in hindsight, like as Saber Interactive, fast forward till now, they released World War Z on Steam. The moment World War Z was released on Steam, they had the most overwhelming bump in player base they could have ever imagined. It was so effective. The player base increased so much, and Saber Interactive made so much money when they released World War Z on Steam that they released Space Marines 2 on Steam day 1. How things age. How things really age, don't they? I certainly think they age quite spectacularly. And by spectacularly, like milk. And of course, this is the benefit of hindsight. Hindsight is 2020. And one thing those developers really did not understand at that point in time was that marketing makes a really, really big difference. And Steam's pure player population, Steam's raw player population was all the marketing they could ever desire. What is the point? What is the point of a 88% cut if it's 88% of $0? Would you rather 88% of $0 or 70% of $1 million? Which would you prefer, Lucas? Tell me. Which would you prefer? That's okay, Lucas-chan. Welcome, welcome. Which would you prefer? 88% of $0 or 70% of $1 million? Well, let's be a little bit more realistic. 88% of $500,000 or 70% of $5 million. That's a little more realistic, because that's around the scale of Epic Game Store sales. Only time will tell whether Epic will be able to dethrone Steam. Spoiler alert, Epic failed, and they continue to fail. They continue to fail even till this very day. And now, we get to the irony. We get to some of the deepest ironies. Ethics, Team Sweeney? Are you talking about ethics, Team Sweeney? So much ethics. Some Epic Games, this was during the peak of the poaching. Some Epic Games Store games are pushing back or scrapping Steam releases. Spoiler alert, they all came crawling back. Anno 1800 will be removed from Steam at release, will then be exclusive to Epic Games Store. Spoiler alert, it came back out on Steam, and Ubisoft got a bump. Crysis. A Long Way is almost over is official. Crysis Remastered is coming to your favorite gaming platforms on 18 September 2020. Crysis Remastered will be an Epic Games Store exclusive when it launches next month. And this is the worst one. This is the worst one. It gave us a pierce into the veil of what happens when a developer did not play Team Sweeney's game of exclusivity. So there was this indie game called Dark, and Epic Games Store, as they do, poached the developer. So the headline tells you everything you need to know. Dark developer reveals why he turned out Epic Store exclusivity. They made it clear that releasing Dark non-exclusively is not an option. Tim Sweeney, you are talking about consumer rights? You are talking about protecting the developers? You are talking about ethics? And this is what you say? Excuse me, Team Sweeney, if I don't believe what you say. Because I simply don't. You are, in my humble opinion, opportunistic and you have no principles. You dare lecture me on fucking principles right now. You dare lecture me on principles right now. You dare. You dare. You dare. If Steam is an antitrust issue, if Steam is an anti-competitive issue, if Steam is a monopolistic issue, you, Team Sweeney, are the top of monopolistic practices. You are the problem. Tim Sweeney, you are the problem. Don't you dare lie to my face talking about how you have principles. Don't you dare lie to my face talking about how this is about ethics. Don't you dare lie to my face and tell me this is just about being fair to the consumers. If you were being fair to the consumers, you let them fucking choose. You let them choose. If they want to use your store, let them use it. Don't poach devs and then forcing them to use your store. He's not part of the UK lawsuit, he's just cheering on it. Yes, he's cheering on it. He is the UK lawsuit's biggest cheerleader. The biggest. He has been gloating, bragging about the lawsuit. So much so, I do genuinely question whether he has any involvement in the lawsuit at all, even if he claims he does not. Zavok, that is how much he has been cheering for this lawsuit. I believe so. In my humble opinion, Lekachan, I do believe that is the case. We will never find out for sure unless someone leaks it. But I do believe, my speculative mind believes that something is happening behind the scenes involving Team Sweeney. Because who stands to gain the most from all of this? Who stands to gain the most from all of this? Team Sweeney does. Rather than improving the Epic Games Store, he just wants Valve to suffer. Yes. The only reason Epic can continue to conduct the bullshit that they can conduct, even as it is nothing but a drain on their money, is from Fortnite. They better hope that Fortnite doesn't ever lose popularity. The moment Fortnite starts to dwindle and die, Epic Games is in trouble. Team Sweeney, all your eggs are in one basket. There is no question about that. You better hope Fortnite continues to survive. The moment it dies, you are in trouble. Epic Game Store is your pet project. It is your pet project that no one wanted. It is just like Crunchyroll. It's just like Crunchyroll when it allegedly embezzled subscriber money to fund their pet project, High Guardian Spice. It is the same as that. It is the same as that. You better hope Fortnite continues to pay your bills. The moment Fortnite is gone, you are done. Fortnite is probably a drop in the bucket compared to the cut they get from the engine. Well, the question is how long? Unreal Engine 5. It is still an unoptimized mess. More players see Unreal Engine 5 as the red flag engine. You better hope Fortnite continues to survive, and you better hope there is no new game engine. There is no new gold standard game engine. that will dethrone Unreal Engine. As it stands right now, Unreal Engine is a joke. All the bells and whistles are useless if the game can't even run at 60 FPS on the highest end systems. Eats up VRAM like it's nothing. Causes crashing. Causes stutters. A complete disaster of an engine so far, and I don't think it has improved all that much, to be honest. You better hope there is no better alternative for Unreal Engine. Those two are your only golden geese. And if either or both of those are on the decline, Unreal Engine stops being popular, Fortnite stops being relevant, and you, Epic Games, start to struggle, I'm sorry, but I have no pity for you. I do not have any pity for you. Especially after this. This said so much. This specific incident spoke to me so much. It gave me such a clear message. It was never about principles. It was never about ethics. It was never about free market. It was never about anti-monopoly. You wanted a monopoly. You are unhappy that Steam won over the gamers. You are unhappy about that. You want the monopoly that you think Steam is having. And you will do anything to get it. You will poach gamers with your bribes, your proverbial bribes. You will cheer for lawsuits. You will cheer for lawsuits over things that other storefronts are doing as an industry standard. But you only sue Steam. You will only sue Steam, and people will wonder why. And in our opinions, it's because Steam is in direct competition with you and you don't like it. Oh, by the way, if it wasn't even bad enough already, one more article, icing on the cake, on the horrible, horrible, horrible cake that makes the hair cake from Filthy Frank look like Michelin star dining. This is the icing on the cake. A horrible, horrible cake. Team Sweeney has all of the worst takes imaginable. Holy shit. Holy moly, holy moly, holy moly. Why? Why? Steam made with AI. He's not happy that Steam implemented and made with AI. So what? So what actually? Steam currently requires developers to disclose any use of generative AI in their games. Team Sweeney wants Steam to start labeling the games that use AI. Critics argue that removing AI tax reduces transparency. See, Team Sweeney's client on video game, blah, 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 blah. AI will be involved in nearly all future production. It makes no sense. So? Sure. Generative AI will be involved in all future productions, probably, likely. Still, why get rid of it? There is no good reason to get rid of it. It's already implemented. It's easy. You just have to take a check mark. Why? Look, I am not as extremely anti-AI as most other people on XR. But this more transparency is always better than no transparency. For anything. For just about anything. And I question why Team Sweeney is advocating for less transparency. I thought he was for ethics. I thought he was a big proponent of ethics and consumer rights. Isn't a consumer have the right to at least know if parts or most or some of the game is made by a human or not? If they want to know, let them know. It's not that hard. You don't speak for them. You don't speak for them. If the consumers want to know, let them know. And evidently, Valve is aware that consumers are concerned over this, so they added the tag. It's that simple. You want to complain about it, Team Sweeney, you complain to the customer base. You want to complain about it, Team Sweeney, you bring it up with the gamers, you bring it up with the customers, you bring it up with the consumers, the people who pay you. So is another black spot from Epic Game Store. And now you know why, lurkers, I would never open an account with Epic Games. Now you know why. Now you know why. Now you know why. And now I lost my train of thought. Because I lost my train of thought. I think maybe my exhaustion has taken over and now I completely forgot what I was talking about. My brain is not functioning already. But it's a good thing because I'm done. I am done. I am done with this topic already. I am done with the core topic of tonight's stream, which is great. Which is great, I'm done. And you know what's the funniest thing about Ark Knight Enfield? You know what's the funniest thing about Ark Knight's Enfield? If the game was released on Steam, I would be very okay to spend money on it. Very, very okay to spend money on it. I would probably buy some premium currency and get a couple of pools. Or even better, I'd probably pay for a monthly pass, just like I pay for a monthly pass for Where Winds Meet. Oh my! I only spend money on Steam wallets. That's my only avenue of gaming. That's the only avenue I participate in when buying games. I used to buy physical, but now that most physical stores don't even sell good games to begin with. J-Hinks, it is both a standalone and only on the Epic Game Store. And I'm never going to use Epic Game Store, so I'm just going to use the standalone launcher. And unfortunately for Up Nice Enfield, I will not put in any credit card details to buy their games. I only pay using Steam Wallet, nothing more. I probably will buy a pass via the Apple Store. Funny, isn't it? I'd rather spend money on the Apple Store, another one of Team Sweeney's big enemies, than to use the Epic Game Store. And I do not regret it one bit. You give me an easy way to buy a wallet funds, I will partake in your transactions. I do not refuse to pay for gacha games. I do not refuse to whale once in a while. For sure, Lurker-chan. Undeniable. Undeniable. Some PC gamers hold a grudge forever. When a dev announces that the game will be released on Steam, on Epic Games Store, on GOG, on everything, and then suddenly they scrap the GOG and Steam release, people will hold on to that grudge forever. Even when the devs come crawling back to Steam, it's too late. It is their fault. And by the way, Lords of the Fallen 2 will be Epic exclusive. Lords of the Fallen 2 will be Epic exclusive for all that good it'll do them. For all the good it will do to them. Good luck. I'm not buying that game, and I'm not gonna buy that game on Epic Game Store. Good luck. Let me see. Lords of the Fallen. Let me see if I made a post about them. Okay. And Lords of the Fallen, the lead dev, he thinks he's gonna make a big mistake. I think he's making a really, really big mistake. He overestimates the popularity of his game. And I say this not to be mean. I say this not to be mean by saying this because it's factual. I'm saying this because it's factual. You can be as quote-unquote anti-woke as you want. You can have the hot female characters. You can have the macho men. All you want. You took 2 steps forwards and 2 steps backwards by releasing exclusively on the Epic Games Store. And these people will deny all they want. They will deny all they want. They will deny all they want. They can keep denying all they want. Epic Game Store is the death sentence for most games. It's either a death sentence, or if the game really is that good, players will still wait for it on Steam. These people who responded to me do not understand what actual principles is. Just like Team Sweeney. You know what's the funniest thing? The funniest thing is that one of the biggest fuels, F-U-E-L, fuels of principle is spite. Spite is a very good source of energy to power up principle. You wouldn't believe it. You would not believe it. It is. It is. I can be very spiteful. And the funniest thing is most of you lurkers kind of misconstrue my principles for spite. I have a bit of self-awareness to be aware of that. I try to hold on to principles for the sake of it, yes. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna deny that sometimes spite makes principles all the more easier to hold on to. Spite makes principles easier to hold on to. And my principle is that until Team Sweeney changes his ways, I don't know how, but I'll probably know when it actually happens. If it actually happens, I will never ever touch Epic Games Store. Never. Unless Team Sweeney does something genuinely for the interest of the consumer and not some kind of a two-faced opportunistic jab at Steam. I do not know why Arknights Enfield was not released on Epic Games Store. I mean, was not released on Steam. I don't know why Arknights Enfield was not released on Steam. Grifflin does not need bribe money from Epic Games Store. They are rich enough as it is. I don't understand it. People will crowd to Arknights Enfield if it's on Steam. Genshin is not even on Steam. Genshin is not even on Steam. I do not understand it. And by the way, Arknights Enfield is not Unreal Engine 5. It is Unity. Yes, I recall, Jehings, it's also the same case with Genshin. Genshin uses their own launcher and Epic Game Store just like Arknights. Yeah. Enfield is made using Unity, that's correct. That was what I said. Yeah. That was what I said. Wuwa is on Steam. And Wuwa is smart to do that. Wuwa is smart to do that. The only games that are not that strongly affected by being on Epic Games are the big gachas, Arknights and Genshin. Dual Archive is on Steam, yes. Arknights is popular enough, but I still question why. Why did they release on Epic? Arknights is popular enough. It makes enough money as it is. Why did they only release on Epic? I do not know. I really don't know, but I would love to know. No, it's not, Lurker-chan. No, it's not. No, it's not. There is another game that I remember. It is now an abandoned game. It is one of those sandbox games called Warbox. It was a very popular sandbox game for a short period of time. Even I bought into it. It was it ran okay and it was on Unreal Engine 4. The dev thought it was a good idea to export the game to Unreal Engine 5, and the entire game fell apart. And the dev kind of abandoned that game as well. So yeah, not good. Very not good. Very, very not good. It hasn't been updated since October 1st of 2025. It has went from positive to 46% mixed. People are saying it's a scam, and I can't believe I wasted money on it too. I cannot believe. I'll show you the game. The premise of this game was fun. Undeniable, it was a fun idea. It is basically Ravenfield, but more realistic. It was basically Ravenfield, but more realistic. The pitch, at least. Turns out it was a lie. But I think I'm going to spend the last half an hour doing my dailies for Arknights. I have finished my yapping session. So I'm going to spend the last half an hour playing some games. And this coming Thursday, oh boy, we have a lot more to talk about. So it's probably the devs who put in the extra work to wrestle with the engine. It's probably the devs of Satisfactory who put in the extra work to wrestle with the engine. That's my guess. That's my guess. Let me launch this game for a moment. I hope it does not cause any interruptions with my stream like just now. I mean, Thread Interactive did fiddle with Unreal Engine 5 and he managed to make something pretty optimized.
Arknights.
Hello, Agricola. Can you still hear me? Yep, I think so. Griffling. Enfield. Oh boy! Gotcha! Lurkers, should I do it? Should I do it? Should I do the gacha? Maybe Castar. Arsenal tickets. Proto set. Credits. How many do I have? I got 8. Probably needs more. Probably need more. And I need more of this. We'll watch it at the end, I guess. Let me see. Oh boy, here we go. Can you hear me? Here we go. Here we go. I know I'm not gonna get a good pull, but I still need to pull anyway because I need to pull on the character weapons. I know I'm not gonna get anything. Oh god, here we go. Of course it's yellow. Of course it's yellow. Why am I not surprised? What? Oh, it's Chen. Well, at least it's Chen. I like Chen. And I got Arsenal tickets, so I can't really say no about it. And I got a free 10. Another free 10 pulls. Of course, another goal. Of course, another goal. I want red. You horrible pull. Horrible pull. Extremely horrible pull. I knew I would get nothing. I knew it. I knew I would get nothing. I knew I would get nothing. But I do get to have. So my question is, lurkers, should I get this one? Or should I get this one? Should I get this one or this one? Should I get Last Right's weapon first? Or should I get Ember's weapons first? Which one should I get? I already have hers. I already have hers. I already have hers. I already have her weapon. You have no idea how much I grinded to get the pulls to Heart PT Live Attain. Oh, I don't know. Let's check. Let me check. And that's a Q&A. I'll just get a short poll. Ouch. Please help me with the poll, Lucas. I really don't know who to pick. Well, you can kind of guess that Ember is the not blue weapon. You only have those two choices. I already have the Crimson Sword. Huh, interesting. You'll prefer by the way, Lurkers, Ember's weapon is this one. This one. So this is last, right? This is Ember's. Just remember, last, right? Ember. I only have enough pools for one anyway. I don't know. Let's see. One pool. Only one pool. This is kind of like a support weapon, but it's also a support weapon. Shield applies 67%, wielder's extra combo provides HP treatment. Heals. This is a support weapon as well. Thunderberg. You know what? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore, Lucas. You know what? I'm gonna pull for both anyway. What bullshit? What bullshit? This is complete bullshit pool. This is a complete bullshit pool. Oh boy. Oh, I guess that's you. I've got so many friend requests, I don't even know how that happened. I got so damn many friend requests, I have no idea how that happened. I don't even know any of them. That's the problem. What a waste.
まだ遠い。
What a complete freaking waste. What a waste. I only have admins and Leva's personal weapons. What am I gonna do? Let me see. Oh yeah, I will do a couple of transports, maybe. I'll do a couple of transports. I'll do a couple of transports. And then I'll grab some coupons. Stop redistribution. Nothing. No, I'll just do a depot note first. Originium Science Park. Okay. Originium Science Park it is. Nice and quick. I'll go a little lower. The height preview so to save some resources. I kinda miss playing Death Stranding, Lurkers. Maybe one day I'll play Death Stranding. For old time's sake, I haven't finished the game yet, actually. Every time I play this game, I think of Death Stranding. Which redhead? There are two redheads. Yuria. Okay, I got enough resources. I can do a little bit of... I need to farm some essence. I need to farm some essence. So... I'll grab a coupon. It's expensive, but I have to do it. Agility, intellect, and attack. Intellect, attack, agility, and attack. I need either infliction or twilight. I need either infliction or twilight. It is so hard to get one of these. Get the one I want. Wait. Assault combative. Oh, it does not have infliction or twilight on here. That's why I've been struggling to get the proper stats. That actually makes sense though. I need infliction or twilight. Detonate, flow, efficacy, combative, crusher, pursuit. Inspiring, combative, infliction. Efficacy, I want to view. Efficacy, twilight, detonate, infliction. Oh, here. Okay. So here is where I should be. No wonder. I've been wasting so much essence on nothing. I feel cheated now. I waste so much essence on nothing. I forgot about the third stat. Completely forgot about the third stat. That's horrible. I'm so thankful there's no fall damage. Let me have a look. Agility, intellect, and main attribute. What I instead want is that is so weird. That is so weird. It does not matter. Mo-chan, I need your help. I need your help. I really need your help. Intellect, attack, and twilight. I just want agility, attack, and infliction, but the problem is there is... Is there any way to export? Is there any way to export? I need to get rid of inspiring and replace it with twilight. I don't know how to do that. Alternatively, with admin, I don't know how to get rid of medicine and replace it with infliction. Is there any way to swap essence characteristics, or do I have to keep farming? I don't know. Let's see, let's just keep seeing. Efficacy, fracture, medicine, infliction, suppression. But this one doesn't have twilight. That's the problem. How many more energy effluviums do I have them? Energy. Let's see this one. Flow, fracture, medicant, infliction, pursuit, crusher, inspiring, brutality. Nope. Flow, twilight. There's twilight. Texture at there is a twilight, but there is no infliction. This one has a infliction, but it has no twilight. Who should I get? Let me see who takes priority. I need infliction, so I probably will go find infliction first. I'll go find infliction first. index. I'll do another depot, no might as well. Let's. I might as well. Go! Perfect. Is where I want to be heading as well. Is where I'm heading as well. I wonder if the YouTube chat has been fixed as well. Let me see. I need the wrong direction. Alright. I can buy another coupon. I can buy another coupon. Let's see. Attack boost. There is infliction. I hope I get infliction. I hope I get infliction. For the admin. Wait. But if I should optimize it, if I can't get it for... What I will do is... Let me see. I'll go back to the polls. Go back to this. Let's see what it needs. Strength, attack, and detonate. Ah, jeez. Okay, let me see. I'll check the other one. I will save up for... I will just keep the essence for Amber and Last Right's personal weapons. Medicine. Strength, HP, medicine. Strength, HP, and medicine. Okay. Okay. Let's try this one. Pretty darn good. I hate these shields. Oh my god, that's a big fella. Oh, that was good. This guy is tanky as hell. Alright, let's see what. Let's have a look at what the loot is. Main attack, bullshit. Strength, attack flow. Agility, attack infliction. Holy crap, I found it. I found it. Let me see. Agility, attack infliction. Agility, attack. Wait, where is it? There we go. Ooh, there is an effect. There is an effect when you equip. All right. So what I will do is I'll get rid of. I don't need intellect, attack, and flow. Intellect, pursuit, and flow. Hold on, let me see what other. Let's see what Chen used. I don't know what's Chen's personal weapon. Oh wait, I don't have their personal weapons yet. It doesn't really matter. I can just farm them. I'll just farm them when I have the chance. I will etch it with the intellect ultimate game detonate. This is a weird one. Agility med. Agility attack. For sure, just okay. Main attack, main attribute, suppression, assault flow. That sounds like a random. And one more. Low chance of success. Okay, this will take a while. For now, I'll hold on to this. Now I need to get... What do I need to get now? Let me see. Twilight. I need intellect, attack, and twilight. Let me see. Intellect, attack, and twilight. Twilight. Oh, that's where I am. There's a twilight here. There's a twilight here. And this one, let me have... Yep. So, Wuling it is. I have to go to Wuling. Okay, time to go to Wuling. the attack boost. Intellect boost. Strength boost. Main attribute boost. I can only hope I get... Oh, I need to get one from here. Mooling has a different set of Ah! Okay. Okay, that's not gonna... I forgot. Okay. Let's try and do this again. Purchase from link. Ah, damn it. I have to upgrade the stop redistribution. I have to upgrade stop redistribution. Where is the stop redistribution? Let me have a look. Where is stock redistribution? That is the support. That's the depot node. It's here. Everything costs. Everything costs money. I cannot believe this. Everything costs money. Why can't things be free for a change? Great. 64. Pooling engraving permits? Oh! Oh my. That is unexpectedly cheap. That is unexpectedly cheap. I was not expecting that. Then you get a couple actually. My god, that's cheap. I was not expecting it to be that cheap. Oh yeah, it's hard to gather wooling ingredients. Okay, now I have my here. Now I have my resources. Let me just make sure her thought. I want to make sure her way. Intellect, attack, and twilight. Intellect, attack, and twilight. Okay. Here we go, let's start. Ooh. that was a good one. Oh, that was a good one. All right. Okay, let's see what the damage is. Intellect, attack, boo! Not what I want. Strength, attack, assault, nope. Main attribute, attack, medicate, nope. Intellect, attack, medicate, nope. 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 No. Bullshit. Free try. Wait. I forgot. Ooh. Have I not purchased? I can purchase another one. No engraving permits. Oh, what you mean? Okay, engrave now. Consumes 1. Wait, hold on. Maybe I can greed a little bit. I'll buy another one. There we go. Okay. Intellect, attack, brutality, intellect, attack, fracture, main attribute, attack, detonate. Wow, this is so bullshit. No. 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 This is so... RNG is so bad. Oh well. I'll just have to wait till another day. See you later, David. See you on Thursday if you want. I will level up that operator. I will be streaming on Thursday as well. Okay, done. I have only 3 pulls. Not enough. I should increase some. Yeah, I should. What's this? Welp, I've done my dailies. What I have to do now is go back to ship, collect my loot, and I'm done with the stream. Oh, what's the... I don't know, dance stack. Tightstone specimen, those are gifts. Fiona, she has given me nothing. No more compensations. This game's gacha is even worse than Blue Archives. At least Blue Archives, they actually gave me single pool luck once in a while. Oh, Esther, what do you... Let's see. Planting cabin. I need 2 seeds. Calconix. I need Calconix. Manufacturing cabin, 12 pieces. Inspection kits. Take. Oh yeah, production assist. What do I need production assist for? I probably did production assist for this. Okay. Reception. Who already received. Acquisition center, quota exchange. $110 AIC quota. 2 messenger permits. And I can buy I have to keep pulling. I have to keep pulling. Still 2 more stocks. I can still do 2 more stocks. Okay. There's nothing else I can do right now. I am not confident that my team is strong enough for... I'm not confident that my team is strong enough for the level state improvement.
戦場は過ちを許さない。だからこそ見事な連携戦術だ。学ばせてもらった。感謝しよう。
Amber is like a grumpier Elizabeth blood flame. Okay. I have done my dailies, Lucas. I have done my dailies. Rena, can you shut up? Okay, we are done. We are done for the night. It was a long talk, a long exhausting talk, with a little bit of gaming to finish the night. So, I'll see you all on Thursday same time, okay? Just for your information, there will be a gap next week because it is the first week of the Chinese New Year and I cannot stream. A lot of guests are coming, a lot of family members are coming, and I will be extremely busy. I will get a bit of time to play some games, but that's just about it. I can't stream next week. Just one gap. The week after we'll still be streaming. So anyway, I'll see you all this coming Thursday. Okay? This coming Thursday, which is 12. Yes, 12. So thereof the way, I will see you all Thursday. Now, let's see if there's anyone I can raid. Let me see if there is anyone I can raid. Let me have a look. Pecora and Raura. What? Let me see, can I raid? Raura is streaming right now. Armchair! Okay. Armchair is streaming right now. Is he? Yep, Armchair. No? He is. Yep, he is. Okay, he is. So I will take you all to Armchair, Lucas, okay? The chairman. The talking chair, okay? Let me organize the raid. Let me organize the raid. Hold on. Let me organize it. Content. Live. Loading. 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 Damn it, YouTube. Just stop. Could you? Okay. Edit. Customize. Redirect. Armchair. Save. Excellent. Alright, Lucas. If you want to stay around for Armchair, he's just talking about some random, not too serious things. You can stick around for the raid. Until then, I'll see you all on Thursday on Twitch, okay? Thank you, Lucas, for tonight and your attention tonight, and I will see you all on Thursday. Take care, everyone, and bye-bye. Oh, I'm gonna show the banana song. Yep, one more thing, Lucas. Before I leave, banana song. Yep. I almost forgot. I almost forgot. Banana song, banana song, banana song. Face connect, banana song.
Don't care. We're sick of all these stupid rules. Unfair. Can't tell us both what to do. Beware. We'll make the coffee shop go boom, and you can't stop us, stop us. We will blow up the warehouse. Rising from the depths of the jungle, the life that we fumbled led us here.
Very topical. Very, very topical.
Sheena, we're really doing this, right? Yes, Jelly. Now go! Push that big red button! No more playing nice, 'cause it's time. We're gonna go bananas. We're unstoppable with our crime. We don't give a damn! We will tie our boss to a chair and take over this company. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Very topical. There we go. That was a nice short one. Now we're done for real, Lickers, okay? Now we're done for real. Anyway, have a good night, everyone. Have a good night, everyone. And funny how this song is before Jelly's situation. 3 months ago, yes, 3 months ago. 3 months ago. So, Lickers, I will see you all on Thursday. Bye-bye. Twitch! Remember Twitch.